Just doing a sound test real quick. Just doing another one, just to be safe. Okay, just have to do something real quick and I'll get started. Okay. Just thinking. Sewer first, as always. I don't know why, but I was playing this earlier and I was feeling very rusty. Nice. I knew that was gonna happen. So, cool thing about this, about the Burnt Ivory King Greatsword, or just Ivory King Greatsword, Ultra Greatsword, jeez. The two-handed attack does like a special beam, or attacks. And it also has, if you infuse it with bleed, it has like by far the highest bleed damage in the game. Though bleed sucks, so it doesn't really matter. But the problem with two-handing is that it deals durability damage. And a lot of it at that. But if you couldn't tell, the damage is worth it. It actually hits twice. One for the magic beam, and then one for the actual hit of the sword itself. Forgot to set an emote for this character. I always like to do like one consistent emote, but obviously I'm not going to be able to do that now. How about this? Nah, too edgy. Just the basic bow? No, sure, I'll go with that. Thank you. I appreciate firebombs to the head. Oh, good news. Ring of Blades. Apparently I needed more damage. This is only +2, by the way, so that'd be +4 for normal weapons. I was able to defeat the Pursuer in 5 hits, which is absurd. So the laser sword attack, it takes away 5 durability, or sorry, 10 durability every swing, and the sword itself has 200 durability. You know, just to be safe, I'm gonna get this to 20 and then I'll start leveling up other stuff. Because I haven't bought it, I am not one for multiplayer games. Oh, okay. Yeah, I was gonna say something. Oh yeah, and the solo patch hasn't come out yet, I don't think. Or maybe it has. I haven't really been paying attention to the news. You missed the Pursuer fight. I killed him in 5 hits. Which is absurd. Okay. This is gonna be such a fun build. 4 hit last giant. The problem is it's gonna drop off like crazy because in order to actually use this weapon, I had to get my strength and dexterity to 30, and intelligence to 8. Technically I could have done 15, but oh hey Mr. Whiskers. I'd appreciate that, IDK. You can just DM me or whatever. Grand Lance. Yeah, I've used it and it's pretty good. Are you using it with like the full setup, Flynn's Ring, Ring of Blades, and Old Leo Ring? Because then it's unbelievable the damage it does. I'm pretty sure with the Old Leo Ring it has like a counter of 180 or something absurd like that. I don't think it actually tells you in the game. Ah, I see. God damn. Jeez, how much disability do those guys have? Oh yeah, resins are great. I don't think this can be buffed, unfortunately. Though, to be fair, it would be absurd if you could buff it. I don't think you can even use spell buffs on it. It's also cool actually using a bleed weapon that's viable. Oh right, forgot I have to go back for that, not forward. Why am I even grabbing some of this stuff? I don't need it. Yeah, I don't have any basic Titanite stuff that I need. I don't really play ARPG. Is that American role-playing game? I guess that kind of points out how I don't play them. I think the closest to that I've played is Minecraft Dungeons, I think it was called. Oh, Action. Oh, I knew there were, you know, Japanese, or JRPGs, which is Japanese roleplay games. So I assumed that the A was American. My mistake. I almost went up and grabbed the thing I don't need. Not only have I not played Grim Dawn, I am debating with myself if I've ever even heard that name. I think I have? Maybe? Sorry if you hear anything in the background. Oh, jeez. Didn't expect that one shot. Just a moment. Oh, that's good. But what you asked before, no, I don't only play like Souls games or Soulsborne type games. What a good time not to think of any, not to be able to think of any games that aren't those kind. Minecraft, Terraria. Well, I don't really play Terraria anymore. I did when I was younger. Inscription. Give me a sec. I really appreciate that, Mr. Whiskers. Hello, Degrees. It's going fine. Oh yeah, so How to Survive 2, Middle-earth Shadow of War. I was gonna say Another Crab's Treasure. I haven't played that yet, and it's also a Souls-like, so that doesn't count. Astro's Playroom. There's another one. Ghost of Tsushima is kind of similar to, at least Sekiro. So it's somewhat Souls-like. Let me check again. Skyrim, some of the Castlevania games as well. There's a bunch of other stuff. Oh no, it's fine. I like answering questions. It's fun engaging with chat. In fact, it gets kind of boring not doing that because I've played this game so much. Okay, that's enough health for now. So, I actually saw a video recently about how useless armor is in this game, and it's kind of absurd. Like, the Ring of Steel Protection plus 2 is almost, I'm pretty sure it was almost equivalent to, fully upgraded Havel set. Agreed. I mean, it's my favorite after all. Let's see. Just thinking, I need to upgrade my sword more. Yeah, basically. Just thinking, where's a convenient petrified dragon bone? Okay, give me a sec. You search it up. Yeah, never mind. Okay, so I'm gonna head to... Wait, I was already... Oh god, of course I was already here. My first run. I never finished my first run, actually. I got stuck in... Earthen Peak, I'm pretty sure. This is just basic new game. I had a friend well, I have the armor, I transfer it to him, he transferred it back. So yeah, this is just base new game. I had a character that was relatively low soul memory that I farmed all the loy souls on, which, let me tell you, not as bad as it was the first time, strangely enough. Okay. By the way, if you ever do farm the loy souls, just make sure to like keep the boss alive. Don't kill the boss and then farm them afterwards, because first of all they spawn, and there's less of them, and then you have to make them harder by going into the Company of Champions Covenant. I recorded the previous boss fight, right? Yeah. Yeah, just two-handing it drains the durability by 10 points every swing. Oh, you're kidding. Wait. Oh no, that's a Fang key. Okay, I thought that was one of the DLC keys. 200. But you can use the ring I can't remember the name of, because I almost never use it. Why can't I remember the name of it? The durability ring. The one that reduces the durability you lose. Yes, bracing knuckle, exactly. Thank you. +2. And it will have the durability. So it only takes 5. Though I'm gonna have to wait until Undead Crypt for that ring. Though I can use the previous versions. Or like worse versions. So yeah, this sword is actually really cool. There's a bunch of interesting information about it. So for one, it has the highest bleed damage of any weapon in the game. Sorry if you can hear that in the background. Especially, you know, if you inflict it, or, geez, infuse it with bleed. 105. Okay, so what else was interesting about this weapon? Oh yeah, so the laser itself is its own hitbox. So you can like hit further, but if you hit an enemy with both the laser and the sword, then it deals extra damage. It's funny seeing people like struggle super hard with the rat enemies, just not realizing if you walk backwards, it's perfectly fine. And they'll completely miss you. Yeah, that's what I prefer. I didn't realize that could, like, combo into that so quickly. That is absurd. Oh my god, cat. One of my cats is in the litter and it's just, you know, being as noisy as possible. germ shields, acting with the normal amount of physics that they should. Oh, thanks for the Lucky Titanite chunk drop. You know, exactly the run I would need it on. Well, so when I said that I need to know where an easy Dragon Bone was, I already knew about that one. I need 3, actually. But I already knew the location of 2 of them. So... yeah, I could waste this. Not like I need it. So, benefit of this is that there is a very useful soul item here. Well, relatively useful, at least for this point in the game. Alright. Failed 2 backstabs in a row. Happens to the best of us. So after this playthrough, it's going to be the no equipment, fists only. Well, I mean, I guess that's kind of implied. No, like, offensive consumables run. And once I'm finished with that, there will be a poll in the Discord for if people want Ghost of Tsushima or Hogwarts Legacy. Well, Ghost of Tsushima New Game Plus. Okay, yeah, that should be fine. No, I won't use these yet. So I speedran Dark Souls 2 for the second time a while ago, and I ended up getting a time of 1 hour, 28 minutes, and 15 seconds, which is my PB. I'm gonna be honest, my knowledge in Dark Souls 2 is very extensive. In the other games, That was, glitchless, by the way. Not, like, I could do it with practice, of course. I could do it so much faster, with glitches. Because that doesn't even take 30 minutes, I believe. Don't need any of this. Oh, no, wait, I can get a bone from a crystal lizard, I just remembered. That was just rushing to the throne. I should clarify, no glitches, no exploits, besides the firebomb skip you can do in Force of Fallen Giants. Because there is another exploit that causes... what's his name? The Pursuer to, like, instantly die. You can do it 2 different ways. But... yeah, I mean, I obviously didn't do that because it just doesn't feel right. And it's really annoying because on the speedrunning website, for for the Dark Souls 2 categories, it's either unrestricted or restricted. And then there's like the different, any percent, 100%, etc. There's no glitchless category. So restricted, despite how it sounds, it's basically you can use any glitch except parry walking and moon jumping, I think is the term. Which is like this weird glitch where I think if you equip a certain item, like... What was it? The butterfly trousers, I think, and then immediately jump, or something weird like that. You can do like a really, really high jump. I mean, it's fitting. It's just, your character jumps really high. So, kind of like they're on the moon. Every so often, I get all 4 of these guys with the boulder, and it has to be one of the most satisfying things in this game. I think just slightly more satisfying is throwing any type of like firebomb type item in the gutter, like right before the entrance, like where all those barrels are. That leads to the drop down into Black Gulch, and it's technically possible to get every single barrel with 1 firebomb. And I've done it once in all the time I've played this game, and it was the most satisfying thing ever. It was also one of the loudest things I've ever heard in this game. Yeah, exactly, the acid barrels. Have I ever told you the time that I killed, or of the time that I killed the last giant with only acid pots? Or whatever they're called, acid urns. Acidic urns, something like that. Corrosive urns, that's it. One of the dumbest things I've done in the game. It's very funny. I had to like get a friend to drop some extra items for me, I'm pretty sure. Because they didn't deal enough damage. But yeah, I spent like 13 or 14 minutes just throwing them at him and then running to the fog gate to grab more, throwing more, and just repeat. It was for a challenge run I did based off a video from a YouTuber called Liam Lois, where she used different materials for like every single boss in the game. So like for one you would use steel, so maybe just a long sword, and then another you would use ivory, so like that one like lightsaber sword, not this one, the other one from the DLC that you get from Abba's Soul. And then maybe, like, one of the unique ones I figured out was snakeskin, which is the mannequin shield from those annoying guys in Earthen Peak. Because they have Mitha's skin on them, and she's, Snake Lady. Okay, boss time. Oh, another fun fact about that, yeah, they're headless, but they still have the head hitbox. Because it was kind of like a last minute change, I believe. Oh, you're kidding. Really? After all that? Nearly hitless, the boss. Which isn't, difficult to do or anything. But, it's still, like, a gank boss, so it's not the easiest thing in the world. And I am still yet to die to them. Copyright, I believe. I don't think the details about it were ever released, but most people suspect it was something from Naruto, I think? It's kind of weird that they didn't just replace them with the mask in the game. Like, I don't know. Okay. Don't know why I grabbed that, didn't need it. Well, actually, I do know why. Muscle reflex. What do you drop? It's funny, I've never really paid that much attention to what crystal lizards drop in this game. I just know, like, at least the later ones. Muscle memory, yes, that's the term. I said the wrong thing, I'm pretty sure. I will actually grab the Titanite chunks just because they can be sold for a bit. I mean, like, I know some of them, or at least, like, part of the drops of some of them. Like the crystal lizard in, what is it, Shaded Woods. I know it drops a twinkling titanite. I think it also drops a titanite chunk. Or no, it drops a titanite chunk, and it might also drop a twinkling titanite. Again, as I said, I'm not entirely sure. I know the one in Force of Falling Giants drops 2 normal titanite. What was for Taco Bell? The healthiest food. Yes, you're very good at killing me. You done? You've watched Lord of the Rings, right? I swear that peasant was like Gandalf when he's fighting Saruman. Okay, that's that dealt with. I need to get the Estus Shard and the other Petrified Dragon Bone. I'll use a bone again, and then I'll head to... Actually, I should probably buy the green blossoms. Let me think about that. I've seen some scenes from it, like weird, frog-like, what's his face? Why can't I remember his name? Gollum, yes, thank you. That is so weird. Of, like, all the characters, besides, Sauron, he should be, like, the most memorable to me. Yes, Gollum. Just because he appears in both Middle-earth Shadow of Mordor and Middle-earth Shadow of War. So he's like one of the characters in the official lore of Lord of the Rings that I've had like the most experience with. I don't know how I couldn't remember him. Get this bonfire. All right. Well, I guess him and Celebrimbor as well. When I think about it, because Celebrimbor is official. Though not really that version of him. I don't think Talion exists outside of the continuity of the Shadow games. Oh, he dropped down. How convenient. Let's take a heal. I have no idea how that didn't hit me. More. I missed. Like a fool. I honestly wasn't even going for a backstep there. Trying to swirl around to do a basic R1. She can actually drop Avalons? Honestly, I never get that drop. Huh. Weirdly enough, I always get her gauntlets. Okay, would have been good to know earlier that one shot, but not a big deal. Okay, now you. Yes, yes, we talk and we talk and we talk. This sword practically murders my stamina, so I'm gonna need those. Flame, dear flame. Okay, so I'm gonna get the one in Black Gulch, and then the one in the DLC, or 3 in the DLC. I can't get the 3 in the chest because it's behind a door that I can't open because I don't have any ranged. I mean, I don't know. Maybe I should allow it. This isn't a challenge run. Nobody could call this a challenge run. The damage I'm doing. It's just a cosplay build. And to be honest, with most of those buttons, I'm pretty sure the real Ivory King could just jump up there and hit them. Really? Okay, well, apparently I died before getting this character set up. You see, according to my bullshit logic, my character can do whatever he wants.
To see light, how it...
Okay. I mean, I allow myself to take off my armor jumps, so, and like equipment. So yeah, I guess I'll allow it. It equals less fall damage, which is important for getting down the pit in Majula. I was just debating whether or not I was allowed to use range to hit the buttons in the DLC. Okay. I don't know why, I always think that this chest, like the little cave, is over there with this chest in it. Okay. Dark Lurker. Kinda iffy, to be honest. I mean, I've had incredible fights with him. Them? It? I'm gonna go with them. I've had incredible fights with them, but, I've also had terrible fights with them. It really depends on RNG. Like, sometimes their attacks line up, which is good, but sometimes they, like, constantly cover each other and you have, like, barely any breaks. Wow. Okay. Oh, okay. Yes, yes. The worst hitbox in this game. No, actually, second worst hitbox in this game. The first worst is the flamethrower attack by the lizards. Okay. And not like the one where they shoot the 3 fireballs, the one where they like side to side breathe flame, because the hitbox extends about 5 times longer than the actual visual effect of the attack itself. I do think Dark Lurker is one of the better gank fights in the series. I'm just saying it definitely isn't perfect. If it had a really easy run back, then, you know, it'd be a lot less of a problem. Like, if Lunzolin didn't have such a terrible run back, then no, they'd probably still be the worst boss in the game. But they'd be like barely the worst boss in the game. Like, in my opinion, if you like take all the games, like put all the games together, they are the worst outright. If you like include the run back, like even compared to Bed of Chaos. And then there's people who are like, oh, the areas, you know, they're meant to be co-ops, so anybody who argues that they're bad just because, you know, a co-op area, you know, it doesn't count, which No, no, it definitely still counts. Because of course people are going to play solo, even without summons. That's just kind of how the community is. Now, I mean, it's harder to tell since, this game originally released over a decade ago. Um, I don't know if the DLCs did. So around a decade ago with the DLCs. Uh, but, so maybe, the community was a bit different then. Probably more toxic than it already is. But also, toxic in different ways, and how, older gaming was toxic. What was I thinking of?
There. Lest this.
No, I want to upgrade this one. Oh, right, I want to get this to 92. I think I'm going to McDuff, wasting this time so that I can spend 10,000 souls on him, so that I can get, the Titanite chunk, or sorry, Titanite slab that I'm never going to use. Yeah, 92 is tolerable for the time being. Should be getting close. Oh crap, forgot to grab the DLC key. So, Mr. Whiskers, good news, I'm actually... How many... I'll comment on that in a second. I'm working on a new video. It's going to show, like, all the quote-unquote soft locks you can get into in Dark Souls 2. Though there is kind of like a problem. You can't actually soft lock. I don't think it's possible to soft lock yourself in Dark Souls 2. But for example, you can go through the game lighting no bonfires, and then... Yeah, soft lock is where the game is no longer able to progress because of like decisions you made. It's like less and less a problem in newer games, of course. But like old NES games, those kind of things, they were well known for having problems like that. But yeah, so soft lock in most games is basically you're locked to an area, or you're just basically unable to progress, but you're still able to, to move around, attack enemies, or grab items, do that sort of stuff. While a hard lock is your character gets frozen, or you're unable to control them and you just can't do anything. Earliest soft lock would probably be, well, quote-unquote soft lock, would be going to, what's his name? Old Dragon Slayer. Lighting his bonfire, and then burning a bonfire aesthetic. Then you'll be soft locked, because you can't teleport to any other bonfire because you haven't lit any. And you can't enter the boss room backwards. And using the bonfire, respond to the boss, so you can't go back in. But they actually have like a thing set up for that. If you haven't lit the bonfire in Things Betwixt, or the one here, or both, you can't, like, using a Homeward Bone or the Dark Sign will just send you back to the starting area of the game. Irrelevant if you've lit a bonfire or not. only if you've lit this one or the one in Things Betwixt will it cancel out. So it's basically impossible to soft lock yourself without glitches. Even with glitches, I'm just trying to think, how could you... I don't think there's really a King's Gate that could get you stuck. Maybe in Shrine of Amana. Like getting behind the king, the door where the soul of the king is, or getting behind the door where the Milfanto are with the shrine. Okay, anyway, where was I? Oh, right, DLC key. Yeah, it's a very pretty area. Not as hard as most people make it out to be, though it is still difficult. Wow, that life ring sure did me a lot of good. It's definitely gonna save me. Did you see that? Where the gutter, or the pit kind of like glitched out for a second? Like the walls disappeared? It was like just for a split second. Well, that's a new one. It's funny, I've noticed that I've been encountering, like, the more I play Dark Souls 2, the more sort of like it almost feels like the game is falling apart. It very, very rarely happens, but the more I play it, the more it happens. Just, I don't know, it feels like I've been playing for so long that the game is starting to, like, it just wasn't built to be played this much or something. Yeah, I'm on PS5. I have heard that, apparently if your characters are old enough, like, I think around the 600 to 700 hour range, that they can stop functioning. Just regular. Like, I've had it... I got it soon after the release, so it's pretty old. In fact, recently it kind of locked up on me. And I had to, like, clear the data cache and do something else, I can't remember. And it fixed it, but that scared the crap out of me. Have you played any Night Rain? Everybody's talking about Night Rain. I don't really care for it personally, but at least it looks fun. Oh, see, that's what I was talking about. I only hit with part of the sword. Oh my god, this thing and my stamina. Crap. You know what? Oh, oops. Just gonna take the L on this one. Just for the sake of the video, so like the fight isn't me standing around for 10 seconds, or sorry, jeez, standing around for 3 minutes not doing anything. So I'm gonna use a green blossom this time. Okay. I thought he was gonna do the swipe, which has less range. Could you stop, please? Yeah, and this thing's only at +3 currently. And I haven't maxed out, well, I haven't got my strength to 50, which is where I plan on, uh, like, I can't speak. Where I plan on stopping leveling it? Well, whatever. I'm also gonna get 40 dex instead of 30. Oh, how many runs I've done of Elden Ring? Yeah, sorry about that. I have done 1 run of Elden Ring. Almost 2. I've never played the DLC. I basically made a 100% character and then basically never played it again. I was gonna say something else about it. It's just, I prefer slower combat. Like, of the fast combat games that I've played that I've really enjoyed would be, Attack on Titan 2 had pretty fast combat, and Ghost of Tsushima. But yeah, so I played through the game normally, well, quote-unquote normally. I mean, it was a 100% playthrough. And then I had to go into New Game Plus, and I played that until I burned the Erd Tree. Yeah, Broom Tower, because that was like 3 of my favorite bosses in the game. But yeah, then I went into New Game Plus. For a single item, you can, like, with the help of, you know, somebody transferring you stuff, there is a single item in base Elden Ring that you can't get. Like, it's a choice between 2. It's the summoning thing, whatever. It's either the Dung Eater or the Hawk Lady.
That
Yeah, her. Do you care about spoilers for Night Rain? I'm just trying to remember. So, Dark Souls 1, 2, and 3 each individually have 2 bosses that were put into Night Rain. For Dark Souls 1, it was Centipede Demon and I cannot remember the other one. Huh. Wow, I cannot remember what the other one was. For Dark Souls 2, it was... sorry, just focusing. The Dukester Freya, and along with some of her spiders. and then it was the Smelter Demon. But interestingly, it was actually like a combination of the two Smelter Demons together. So like it would change from like phase 1. Well, weirdly enough, like phase 1, it buffs its sword and it buffs its core at the same time, unlike the real Smelter Demon, which does the core first and then the sword. But then, you know, it does it again and it starts doing magic damage instead. Though I saw multiple recordings of it, and like one of them, it was just pure magic. But the other ones, it was like a combination of both at the same time. Which I don't know if that was a visual glitch or something, but looked cool. But I did notice an actual like problem with, besides, you know, the buffing thing that didn't really make sense. When he does buff his sword, it doesn't get destroyed, unlike the real Smelter Demons. Because the real Smelter Demons, it's more that the swords are like exploding and unleashing their power when he sticks it into his core, because they can't handle the heat. But yeah, they kept the sword model even when the sword's on fire, so... clearly an unplayable game. Dark Souls 3 bosses. Dancer of the Boreal Valley and the Nameless King. God, what was the other Dark Souls 1 boss? Centipede and... Wasn't ONS. Definitely wasn't ONS. It wasn't a DLC boss, I don't think. I don't think any of them... Yeah, I don't think any of them were DLC bosses. No, not DLC. Oh, right, no ranged. Sucks to suck, I guess. Joke's on you, I one-shot you with a backstab. By the way, fun fact about these guys, you can damage them even when they're in their ghost form as long as you deal elemental damage, but it is dramatically reduced. Come on. That was strange. Okay, what boss could it have been? It wasn't Taurus. I don't think it was a demon. One of the lords, maybe? I don't think... Okay, give me a second. I need to search this up. Oh, Gaping Dragon. Right. Okay. That didn't break his voice. Okay. Okay, that apparently hit. I did not realize. I'm certain that didn't, hit the actual button, but I assume the hitbox is a bit extended. It's funny, when that enemy ran past me and I backstabbed him, I so badly wanted to quote the Princess Bride, "You fell for one of the classic blunders." But I knew I wasn't going to get it right, so I didn't bother. I'm trying to remember how it goes. You fell for one of the classic blunders. The first is never get in a land war in Asia, but the second is never make a deal with a Sicilian when death is on the line. Something like that. I love that movie so much. It's my favorite movie. So that's the trick. Or doesn't he say something like, the second and only slightly less known, or less well known, is this? I think that might be it. It gets a bit of extra flair on it. Oh, crap. So quotable, too. You keep using that word. You do not think it means what you think it means. That's what she said. Sorry, couldn't resist. I think it's when I got my new TV a few months ago. Yeah, I think that was it. Because, like, I got a really good, high-quality TV. And, first thing I did was like, oh, I'm gonna watch The Princess Bride on it, because that's the most important thing that I could do. And, of course, it was incredible. I didn't bring any Luring Skulls. I actually watched a speedrun. And I learned that the mages here, or hexers, whatever you want to call them, they are affected by Luring Skulls, which I never knew. And it is unbelievably useful. Messed that one up. Didn't dodge at the right time. Man. First try. And that's all of them. I knew that was the wrong item. Don't know why I grabbed it. Oh, I hate those guys so much, especially the ones with the great swords, or ultra great swords. Apparently, the one with the crossbow, that is the only way to get the crossbow in that game, or that type of crossbow, which is absurd. Close enough. First try. Okay, time to fight Jester Thomas totally normally and fairly and not manipulate his AI at all. Something I'm curious about is, like, he's in this DLC. Is it because he too defeated the Rotten, got the key and everything, and came back here? Or is it because he's been alive for that long? And this is like his homeland or something like that? I doubt that, but could be interesting. I mean, Andre survived all the way until Dark Souls 3, so it's not completely unbelievable. In fact, who is the oldest character in the Souls series? Is it Gale? Or I guess maybe technically, what's his name? Gwyn, because he sort of survives on as the, as part of the bonfire. Because, I mean, his theme does play during the second phase of the Soul Cinder boss fight. And also the, like, Soul of Cinder, like the boss itself, I'm pretty sure you travel forward in time to fight it, so maybe not like quite as far as with what's his face? Gale, like as far as Gale survived. But no, wait, Gale's a slave knight, so the slave knights were part of the army of Gwyn. So maybe. Sure would be unfortunate if I forgot the key, but I did not. One time I did, and it was inconvenient. End of story. That was my very interesting story that I just had to share. Okay. Yeah. Didn't mean to hit the button twice, but it worked out. Got the Twinkling Titanite. And I have all the petrified dragon bones that I need. Oh, right, it's the layer down. Just gonna upgrade my sword and then I'll go grab the Twinkling Titanite. Thank you. I will be selling that. Hello, Sophia. Welcome to the stream. The one by Macduff or the hidden one here? Yeah, there's a few hidden bonfires throughout the game. Probably shouldn't have been that greedy there, but it worked out. By the way, that's something interesting you can do in this game. You can just intentionally take extra damage, like by rolling too early. Because there's like sort of a small moment where you'll like take damage, but because you're in the roll animation, you won't get hit. Or I mean, you'll get hit, but you won't like get staggered. So it'll give you more time to like get a backstab or whatever.
Lest this.
Oh, that is +5 in 5 bosses. I think. Oh, right. Need more souls. What is my soul memory at now I think about it? Because I had to use a bunch to level up this character at the start. Or get a bunch. Which I did by fairly grinding, of course, not by having a friend transfer me a bunch of Souls of Great Hero. Wow, almost even have the armor set maxed out. And even though I was talking about earlier how like armor is kind of useless in this game, it's more for the sake of that feeling of completion. Which you could take that out of context. Okay. So, time for the Duke's Deer Freya. I think I'm going to go into the boss arena, kill the spiders, and then two-hand the sword. Not yet. Definitely not yet. Because... Oh! Greatest of days. Nice. Blocking the door. PS5. Could you not be an asshole, Forlorn? And could... Don't you dare. Okay. I'll fight you now. You fool. Okay, I am the fool. Never mind. I don't know why that didn't do a riposte, but whatever. Okay. I don't know, I'm taking a breath like I'm going into an Uber challenge. Really? An Uber challenging boss fight. Okay. Yes, please waste my time. Oh, do it twice, even better. Stop running away. Shoot. Okay. You know, I think I'm gonna take the L on this one again. Just because it's taking way too much time. And won't be good for the video. This time I'll just go in without the torch, though I will use the torch to get there. Favorite meal? I get a meal box delivered, like every week or two. And one week we got... I'm trying to remember the name of it. But it was so good. It was like a spring roll bowl or something like that. Worth it. Okay, less worth it. Could you not get your big legs in the way, please? Oh, I realized what attack you doing. Love of God. And I messed up the timing. Oh my God, this is a fucking script of a fight, at least for my skill level. And the spider keeps coming in at the worst time possible. Like not giving me a good chance to actually kill it. What the hell was that? Why didn't you follow up? Well, that was one of the most shameful displays of my life. Yeah. Even got a bit heated during the fight. Okay, primal bonfire number 2.
so...
Okay, I'll be back in a minute. I need to get more water. Okay, I'm back. Where was I? Defeated Freya. Okay, Old Dragon Slayer next. And then Dragon Rider, and then we'll head to area that I can't remember the name of. Huntsman's Copse, that's it. Could have gone better. Could have gone worse. Fortunate that he did the AoE. Because otherwise that probably would have been my fastest fight against him ever. Kind of run out of topics of conversation. wonder if jump attacks also do the laser. Apparently not. They don't take the durability, do they? No.
I've no choice now. However,
Okay, just have to upgrade my Estes and then onto the cops. Oh wow, 12 people watching. Pretty sure most of those are bots, but cool if they weren't. Okay, so the current goal is to get to what's her face? Not Najka, Mitha. Defeat her, use a bonfire sec, defeat her again, and then get the coveted silver serpent ring +2. And then head on to Iron Keep, defeat Smelter Demon, re-enter his boss fight, or re-enter his boss arena to get the Ring of Blades +1, and then just deal with the lords. I didn't know Forlorn could spawn there. She never does. Worked that time. What am I doing? I don't need this. I don't need any of these items. Basically just the green blossoms in here. Thought he was doing the fast slash, though, so I timed it wrong. How that missed. Thought it was a fluke. It was not.
Shush. You. Yeah, it. What? Have you not? Go on.
Pretty well. You doing good, Call? Still waiting on that Dark Lurker stream. Or streams, I guess. Might be that. Can't remember how close you got. Yeah, the back, yes, the back.
Here. Very well.
You know, these railings don't seem very safe. In some parts more than others.
However,
Okay, so just 3 more flash shards to get and 1 dust. One of the shards are here. Is here. Are here. Yeah, is here. The other one... Well, there's one in Shrine of Amana, but I'm skipping that one. There's one here, one in Lost Bastille, and then the other one is in Dranlake Castle. Same with the Bone Dust. Call, are you still here? Okay. Just, I asked something earlier and you didn't really respond. If we struggled against Mitha when we were fighting her in New Game Plus. Yeah, Snake Lady, because we were getting the Coveted Silver Serpent Ring +2. That's kind of surprising. Do you remember if we, like, besides obviously trying to hitless or alone, were there any bosses that we legitimately struggled against?
The time.
Ignoring any solo bosses for you, that is.
Seth, I'll be around. Here, to see Lot. However,
Fact, now I think about it. Were there... Did we kill any bosses, like, alone? I don't mean, like, solo bosses. I just mean, like, both of us go into a boss fight, one of us dies, and the other finishes it off. I don't know if that ever happened. Maybe once or twice, but it was probably me surviving while you were the host. So me killing the boss didn't count. Because, Dark Souls 2. Yeah, my damage was pretty decent. Weapon still sucked, but, it worked. You should see the damage on this thing. I mean, obviously you have seen it a bit, but like with a +2, I killed the Pursuer in 5 hits. I probably could have done it in 4 hits if I had used exclusively R2s. Since you weren't here for my explanation of all the cool little fun facts about this weapon, first of all, best bleed weapon in the game, like has highest bleed of any weapon in the game. When infused, of course. When it's two-handed, it uses 10 durability per attack. And in exchange, you get this. You can use the Bracing Knuckle Ring +2 to have it. Have, not like H-A-V-E, H-A-L-V-E. But yeah, so each, like the beam and the sword have 2 different hitboxes. So you can hit with just the beam. But if you hit with both, it does like an absurd amount of damage. Thank you for getting caught on the wall. Thank you for not getting caught on the wall. Another interesting thing about it is that it has 200 durability. I mean, that's not that interesting. It makes sense when it's a weapon that uses durability. What else? It has like crazy stat requirements. Though I guess it's kind of just expected of the boss weapon from the last DLC boss. It has a requirement of 30 dex, 30 strength, and 8 intelligence. And no, the intelligence scaling is not good. I'll be back in a minute. Okay, I'm back. Did you see the curve on that arrow? Okay, I gotta try and hitless Smelter Demon. I mean, quote unquote hitless. These count as hits. That worked. What kind of drugs did they give this pursuer? Because it's so much stronger than any of the other ones. Besides, obviously, the throne ones. Though I'm pretty sure the New Game Plus version of this one compared to those ones is stronger. Because those ones are exclusive to New Game Plus. Though, to be fair, there are two of them, so I guess they would be weaker. Oh, nice. Straight through the neck. Just testing out my damage while getting some more soul.
lest... You do have a time. Seth, I'll be around.
Okay, Lost Center next, and then we'll do cleanup with all the side bosses. Well, no, I'll go to the DLC first to get a picture for the thumbnail, and then clean up. They'll probably stop at the once I get the thumbnail picture.
Gavlan? What? With Gav... Many.
I think that was just under 100,000 souls. You know what? I am not even gonna bother with the bridge shortcut thing. I guess I didn't really need to do that, because I can get a bunch, or like I could have sold more Twinkling Titanite. So I can get a bunch here. I remember this isn't repair powder, is it? No. When I think about it, I don't think this pursuer is gonna spawn, because there's something weird with its spawn criteria. Or it will. I thought the thing that caused it not to spawn was defeating the pursuer in Iron Keep, but apparently that's not it. What the hell is wrong with that pursuer then? Is there some weird, like, extension to its hitbox? Like, spawn-in hitbox that if you go into it while up on the cliff there, it just doesn't spawn? Cliff. Ledge, I guess. What's the proper word for it? Castle wall? Bastille wall? I know I have a floss shard. I don't need to use it though. Indeed it is. Welcome to the stream, Dr. Mustafa. I think I said that correctly. Apologies if I didn't. I am a terrible person to ask about that. Personally, I despise Dark Souls 3. I do not like it. Purely a personal bias thing, though. Like, it's not actually something wrong with it. At least, not to most people. Mainly just like, well, the weird poise in the game. There's no poise, and the lack of color. Like, everything's super desaturated. That was my bad for getting greedy. And plus, like, on top of all that, I've always preferred slower combat games. So Dark Souls 2 is my favorite in the series. Thank you. And it's not like, other people in... I don't have... Jeez, can't talk. It's not like I have a problem with other people enjoying Dark Souls 3. That's perfectly fine. I've never really understood that. Why people are like, oh, you like this game that I don't? That automatically makes you worse in my eyes, and there's no conceivable way that you would like that game. Like, it's just stupid. People can enjoy what they like. I mean, to a certain extent, If that thing is kids, then, I'm gonna have to disagree on that one. It's always been an area I kind of just rush through. But yeah, it is a pretty good area. It's kind of funny hearing people complain about, like, the room with all the royal swordsmen. It's really not that difficult. And it's like their first playthrough and they're using a rapier or something. Like, yeah, of course it's going to be more difficult if you're not used to aiming a smaller weapon, or you're not good at like getting enemies to go through doorways so they're all clumped together. I mean, like, just go in there with a straight sword or a great sword or something, and or even an ultra great sword. It's super easy. Um, I mean, he appears in a few more places than that, but it would get kind of annoying after a while, like constantly encountering him everywhere. But yeah, so you can encounter him in Force of Falling Giants, of course. Uh, and if you fail to kill him at the first area, then he'll go to a different location within the forest. There's a bunch in Lost Bastille, but obviously that's just one location still. There's one in the boss room of the Smelter Demon after you defeat Smelter Demon. There's one in Things Betwixt, and then there's the two in the throne room in Draenei Castle and New Game Plus. But yeah, compared to like the 40 something areas in the game, yeah. Okay, on to Draenei Castle. Okay, now on to the DLC so I can get a good screenshot. Wow, they were really spamming the ice spears there. Honestly, Ludenzalen, the two tigers, pretty much the only boss in this game that can give me anxiety just because I don't want to do the run back. But I've killed them over 100 times at this point, so it's not really a big issue.
Stand away.
Usually. But then, like, once I have my character maxed out, I use that as my dump stat. Most of the time. Honestly, it's not even a soft cap. There's not really a soft cap. It's like an immediate hard cap. Because you get 2 points every level, and then you get 1. Until, you reach 88, or sorry, 98. And then once you level up one more time to 99, you get 2 points. Because they wanted to, like, cap it out at 200. That was not the right item. Here's a little neat trick you can do. If you go right up against this wall, you can backstab him. Otherwise, he'll just dodge your attack. That did not go well for you, did it? I think his animation glitched out. So I'm pretty sure he was still, like, alive when he died. Which sounds weird, but... Well, we actually know what they were thinking when they made Lunzalin. The idea was it's supposed to be a co-op boss. How was he invisible? Oh, no, he was disguised as a barrel. He was using, like, chameleon. Though I think he was specifically using, like, the item that acts like chameleon. So that went quite well. Got it hitless and everything. There we go.
To think this. Ivory, perhaps there isn't. Though I kind.
Both, I guess, technically. Took a screenshot for a thumbnail. I'll be using it for the streams of this run, which might only be 2 streams. Okay, cleanup time. So, who's left? Executioner's Chariot, the 2 rat bosses, and Belfry Gargoyles. I think that's it. For like the early game stuff, I mean. Yeah, it's a very unique boss fight. I always found that it's like one of those bosses that really embodies Dark Souls. You know, like Ornstein Smo, whatever. Uh, Gaping Dragon. Then there's like Executioner's Chariot, Fume Knight. Twin. Can't really think of any from Dark Souls 3. I guess Soul Cinder. Something weird about this fog wall, you're not able to immediately enter it. It takes a while, like once the gate lifts. Oh, that's very useful to know. Thank you, Mr. Whiskers. Now, how is Alon pronounced, or is it alone? Yeah, that's how I usually pronounce it, but I wouldn't be surprised if I was wrong. I'm not sure about the why they removed the divine and like occult stuff. Maybe they just thought it wasn't useful or something. The NPC allows me to buy this armor, which increases souls gained by 10%, which I'll use later to farm a boss. Just for a few extra souls before the end of the game. Well, that's pretty rare. A hitless Royal Rat Authority. Fight didn't even take a minute. Yeah, it sucks if you don't have any weapons that can like swipe side to side. Honestly, I never really bothered with divine stuff. I went through the catacombs so many times at low level that, like, I just got used to the suffering. And I actually got pretty good at the catacombs themselves. What? The Ivory King Ultra Great Sword is overpowered? No, couldn't be. Not possible. I totally forgot that the rat could dodge. I'm trying to remember the name of that spell. There's one spell that makes that boss fight incredibly easy. dead again, I think?
Oh, speaker.
No, she sells it. Oh, Solapees. Yeah, so it just like obliterates the rats in a massive radius.
And meet long ago. Not so. He's quite. But we. Well.
Okay, I think that's everything. Don't believe there are any side bosses besides Dark Lurker left. I mean, like, not including bosses beyond Drain Lake Castle. There a pita. Don't think I know what that means.
You have fought admirably on your journey, cursed undead.
Oh, right. That has to be my fastest Dragon Rider, dual Dragon Rider fight ever. Or Dragon... Did I say Dragon Rider? I think I did. Whatever, Dragon Rider Duo. That's how I usually refer to them as. Unfortunately, the one boss it's not going to be good against will be Lunzalin, because they have really high magic defense. Dragon Border? I may have, like, stumbled over my words, but I don't think I say Dragon Border. Probably just mumbling. I have a problem with that. I have this annoying tendency... Oh, okay. I have this annoying tendency to kind of trail off in the middle of a sentence, because I'll start talking about one thing, then another thing, then another thing, and... Yeah. Okay. Okay, good, I did say it then. Okay. That's nice. Is he the cat that's like in your profile picture? Yeah, I think you did. Definitely a cool boss. Ah, I see. Oh, jeez, that was louder than I meant to be. Never really thought about favorite great shield. It's always, you know, what's your favorite weapon or what's your favorite spell, favorite armor, favorite shield or great shield. Hmm. Plus, it deflects spells. Yeah, I really like his arena. Especially the rain. I've always been a fan of rain, like in real life as well. Kind of sucked when I got glasses, because then I couldn't really walk in the rain without an umbrella anymore. Because I couldn't see anything. I live relatively near Lake Ontario, so sometimes we get some pretty strong storms. It's also like another... You know what? I'm not gonna say that. I don't want to make my location too pinpointable. Easy to pinpoint, that's... Pinpointable is not a word. I mean, it wouldn't have been that easy, like, to pinpoint my location if I said that, because I imagine probably put me within like 100,000 people. Like, it's still, it's actually probably more, well, quite a bit more than that. Fact, now I think about it, location, I've never been that great at geography, but I'm pretty sure I might put somewhere around 1 million people, probably. Oh, yeah. Uh, yeah, on the internet right now, all the location about, like, or all the information about my location that's available is basically, I live in Ontario, in Canada, and I am somewhat near Lake Ontario. Oh boy, this is not going to be fun. Well, I mean, I did get my Discord, one of my Discord accounts hacked, and that had a lot of, like, a lot of personal information. But it was like a phishing scheme kind of thing, so it wasn't like my personal data wasn't gonna get sold or anything. It's one of those ones where it's like, tricks you into switching your email, which, shockingly convincing. What was I saying? Switch email, shockingly convincing. And then it's like, oh, you know, you also have to pay us money, just to confirm that you are you. And then that was when I, like, figured it out. And then I pointed out that it was a scam, and they kicked me out of my account, and Discord refused to fix it. Because apparently, like, it's such an easy fix. They could have just been like, oh, you know, this account was changed within, you know, the past 2 days. We can just change it back to the previous email. Right? Like, there's no harm in it. And if it, like, somehow gets whatever misidentified, or, you know, like, they do it to the wrong account or whatever, the person can just be like, oh, I'll switch it again. And, you know, hey, if maybe someone's switching their email, then, like, you know, the previous email will no longer exist. So they'll be like, oh, okay, so clearly it was an intentional switch, so we won't do anything. You could tell that I was from Canada? Like, what was the tell? I mean, like, how I talk. I really thought I sounded Canadian. Thought it'd be pretty easy to mistake me for American. Did I apologize too much? Really? I don't even say it stereotypically. Like a boot. Which, by the way, that stereotype is incorrect. It's a boat. That's how... I think it's... Newfoundland? Pretty sure it's Newfoundland that talks that way. Or at least part of Newfoundland. Okay, Demon is song time. I've heard a student choir sing better than you. I think this is the right way. If I run this way, then I'm pretty sure it's the fastest way to get down here. Yep. Jump scare warning. Yes, Rico. Kaboom. No, penguins of Madagascar. I don't know why, but that got me thinking about this movie I watched when I was younger. Toy Soldiers. Have you ever heard of it? Yeah, it's been a while since I've seen it. I definitely need to watch it again. Sean Astin. Is that the director? Never been really good with that stuff. Not familiar. Sean. Yeah, I don't know what you're talking about, unfortunately. Oh. Wow, it has been a while. Yeah, that sounds about right. I saw it on VHS. Well, I think I was thinking about penguins of Madagascar, thinking about like if I could remember the different names of all the penguins, um, which then got me thinking of, you know, they're all soldiers and they all have names, and then I was like, oh, I remember that movie with all the toy soldiers. What were all their names? Why can't I remember that? That was basically it. You know what? I think I'm going to head back real quick. Just so I can max out my durability, because Bell's stat is pretty tanky. Oh crap, I totally forgot to grab the ring, didn't I? Yep. No, Toy Soldiers, where it's like the sort of weird alien guy toys versus the soldier toys. And the soldier toys are the bad guys, right? I'm pretty sure it was called Toy Soldiers. Nope, that's not it. Really? I'm not even trying to fight you. Oh, right, and it's Scythe Forlorn too. Small soldiers. Okay. Really? What am I thinking? What is sorry, what is toy soldiers then? Toy soldiers. Hmm.
Just, however.
Yeah, I'll search it up after the stream. Okay. Now, time for my favorite base game boss. I'll just grind Giant Lord later for the souls I lose by not using that ring. And I can't be bothered to quick swap the ring either. Of course I get the prisoner's waist cloth now. An item that I've spent so long grinding for on some other characters. They increase item drop rate. That could have gone better. Could have gone worse. So the start was pretty sloppy. And I didn't really get a good chance to abuse his lower health at the start, or lower defense at the start. He pretty much buffed like at the perfect time to maximize his the effectiveness of his buff. There have been a few times where I got his health down to like almost a third before he started buffing. You know, sometimes I dodge that with just one dodge, sometimes I don't, and I have no idea why. I said I was gonna stop at a Drain Lake Castle. Not sure where I'm gonna stop now. Man, you cheating bastard. You can't turn that much. At least you're not supposed to be able to. But the NPCs cheat. Oh yeah, want to see something funny? Touching these chairs will magically shrink them. I have no idea why, but it's just how they are. Thought that was gonna kill. I was horribly wrong. I think the last time I died to one of the ogres in here was during a deathless run, which wasn't so deathless. I imagine, like, throughout all of me playing this game a few dozen times. Plus, I did some, like, damage testing with one of them. to see if it was possible to survive. One of those guys in New Game Plus with like Company of Champions, like the grab attack. And yes, it is, technically. Almost messed that up. Not like died, as in almost messed up getting a really good time against the boss. He was delicious. His soul was delicious.
Bearer of the curse.
I don't know. Not a huge fan of chocolatey stuff. Like a vanilla ice cream. No, I don't really eat vanilla ice cream cones quickly. I don't eat any ice cream quickly. What would I eat quickly? I don't eat things quickly, really. I like to enjoy food. I guess like something I don't like the taste of then. Small deer. I am a comedic genius. Scrambled. In fact, I don't really have, like, I don't eat eggs any other way. I think I tried a different kind of preparation for egg recently. Somewhat recently. I don't remember it being that good, though. Kinda tasted bland. I can't remember which type of preparation it was, though. Ketchup. Nothing else, though. I don't want to accidentally clip one of the knights with the greatsword. Well, with the greatsword's beam. Because then they'll all aggro onto me, and that would not be good. I only need 20 vitality, so just fixing this real quick. BGM. I am not good with short versions of stuff.
Now, homage.
Oh. Yeah, it's pretty nice. I think my favorite song in this game is the credits. I think I only have 15 bosses left. Okay, well, since I killed their leader guy, they'll leave me alone. Yeah, as long as you defeat this guy, they'll leave you alone, even if you run past the enemies. This sword is busted. I mean, this is a boss that sometimes I have to use repair powder on, and while using the weapon, that, you know, every hit or every swing does a bunch of durability damage, I still managed to kill him without having to use any repair powder.
And
Just have to get my vigor to 50, and then can start dumping endurance. I always forget about Giant Lord. Well, I don't forget about him, I just forget, like, oh yeah, I have to go back to this really early game area. I was too close, apparently. Those guys should not have that much tracking. Okay, I'm just gonna kill Giant Lord like one or two more times. And then on to Vengtrick. On to Vengtrick. Just one more. Alright, that was interesting. That is a good question that I unfortunately can't answer because I have no idea. Probably occurred to me around the when I like surpassed Dark Souls 1 in playtime, which I have like 1.2, 1.3 thousand hours on that game. On my like first completed run, I don't know. Definitely an experience. There's parts that I of course hated that I've, come to like and tolerate. I remember when I first encountered Vengdrick, it was like very emotional just because how like sad the music was. And, you go through the game and you expect this grand, king, and he's a hollowed corpse, basically. Or a hollowed husk. Pretty sure I remember what my like armor setup was as well. It was the Cyan set with like power stance to Mastodon greatswords. I know I didn't like the credit music initially, but now I actually really like it, and as I said before, it's my favorite song in the game. Alas, poor Vendrick. I don't remember the rest of it. Never studied Shakespeare, I think it is. Give me a second. I'm back. Sorry about that.
There until
Okay, I can use the giant souls now.
there.
Okay, so let me think. 12 bosses left. DLC bosses, with the exception of Ava. 3 final bosses and Dark Lurker.
You did. Eve, okay. The launch, the. With just. The. Oh. Tell. Gonzo, be safe.
Yep. I want to get the Ring of Blades before doing the DLC stuff in Dark Lurker. It's gonna be Dark Lurker first, then DLC. God, I hate that boss.
Many monarchs have come and gone. One drowned in poison, others turned to flame. Still another slumbers in the realm of ice. Not one of
Hey,
them
that's me.
seems
I'm the one who slumbers in a realm of ice.
as you do. Now, you, conqueror of adversities. Give us your answer. I lost everything and remain here patiently. The throne will certainly receive you. But the question remains. Would you tell me? Light, dark, or something else entirely?
Ending time, and then Dual Pursuer for the Ring of Blades +2, Dark Lurker, and then the DLC. And I'm starting with Crown of the Ivory King because it's my least favorite of the three.
You who link the fire. You who bear the curse. Once the fire is linked, souls will flourish anew, and all of this will play out again. It is your choice to embrace or renounce this.
The hole in their chest. Do you mean the Ivory King armor, or like Aldia?
Great Sovereign, take your throne.
I assume Aldia.
What lies ahead, only you can see.
Oh, the giants. I don't really know. Where were we? I'll level up first and then I can finally get the Ring of Blades +2. That went smoothly.
We, if well. Go.
Yeah. This is Scholar. Oh boy, the sun should be coming up soon, so I might have to end it off. Maybe even before Darklurker. The Ivory King Ultra Greatsword. Yeah, the two-handed attacks make like a laser come off of it.
A mouse? Method.
I have no idea what is wrong with that attack. Why does it keep going off to the side? I'm not touching the left stick. Or right stick, I mean. Think about the jump, an opponent doing a jump attack that makes it go all wonky. What the hell is wrong with that? There's no reason for it to do that.
back again. I don't know if you... Fair.
Now, yeah. The most?
Thank you. Yeah, if you're able to get both of them together with like any long like swiping weapon, especially this, then you can just decimate their health. I don't know why I did that. I could just bone out. That one spell, Soul Greatsword, that's it. That one also works especially well for it. Like, even on my one intelligence sorcery only character, it worked wonders on the face too. But yeah, I'm gonna leave it off here. I'll leave the remaining 8 DLC bosses for another stream. "5.5 hour stream is pretty good. So I'm gonna do Ludenzollen, Burnt Ivory King, probably the NPC trio, and then what's her name? Alana, that's it. Then Sin, then the Aged Smelter Demon, Fume Knight, and finally Sir Alon, my favorite boss. But yes, see you guys. Thank you for watching. Thank you very much for watching, sticking around. Join the Discord if you want. Oh, jeez, I'm tired.